Ooh. Ooh. Let's see. Blue Chateau. Good morning. Wondering. Yeah, that's fine. No pressure. I guess we could just call it a damage event. A concert. Who would have guessed? Very nice, very nice. Just chill, no work. Quite nice for a change. Well, actually, I did work a little bit. I was doing a bit of this, what I'm doing now. I did that on Saturday. Yeah. But we're gonna read the comic today. I'm just waiting for some more people to drop in. We've been getting some comic submissions. Robert comic. Crossword thing? We might. Depends on the vibe. Need to see here. I think we probably have that one open. But yeah, we're rewriting the multiplayer right now, so that's what's happening. So we're using a new library to do so. Here, damage player event, I think it's called. Yeah. So there's the damage. Then there's always the impact transform, which is a string.
Lily Padme said, "Hello."
Hello, Lily Padme. I think we can convert the... We could do that as a local conversion. We have a networking utility. Do public static.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Oh, thank you.
He is really good at dancing.
Sponge Bloop has learned to dance.
Sponge Bloop. Ah. This would be not a string, but an int. Bone name to int. Or we could actually do it as a byte, just to cut down on data. We're trying to optimize the shit out of this game now. So, var bones. Well, that would be a public static string. Or not string, it would be a dictionary. String int. But can you initialize that in this? Is that allowed to be initialized like that? Bones? I don't think so, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think it is. I mean, we could initialize
Ritterball said, "Who let the Gwins out? Who?
Hoot, hoot, hoot. Multiplayer. So this is going to be the theme for these streams until we have the multiplayer working again. We're rewriting the entire multiplayer code. Ah, shit. So here we're gonna try to write down the entire route. So there's left upper arm, left lower arm, and then left upper leg. But I think that should be it. But we're gonna be reading the comic today. I think both Mega, I don't know if Megas is done, but we're gonna be reading Not Pops at least. Going well, Caveman Crafting. And hello there. Oh, I thought that was Patricio, because Patricio always does the Patricio DJ when he joins. Animations? No, it's not animations. This is we're reworking the multiplayer. Not animations. So here we're synchronizing which part of the body took the hit. So we're indexing the dictionary using the name of the bone, and then converting that to a byte, and then gets sent. Let's see here. We have the damage, which is apparently afloat. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I did before. It's supposed to be network. My brain is a bit fried, I guess. Too much rest. Like here with the impact vector, I don't know. Like I could imagine that you could turn the impact vector into, you know, you could probably generalize it, and we could do that at a later point as well. We could just, but like, you know, if this is the center, I mean, you could vectorize it so there is a number of discrete angles that you could possibly fire in. So then it would be something like this. You'd have the diagonal like this, and you'd have that fired off in all these different angles, sort of, you know. So discrete steps, and then you could compress that into a single byte. Because again, if an angle is this, if this is the actual angle, you know, and the player is actually supposed to be firing this way, like that, you know, obviously this angle is greater than this angle, but really in the context of gameplay and wacky physics, are they really going to notice? So really, we could compress this into a single byte, as opposed to sending, what is it now, like 4 bytes, I think, to capture the entire, because we're doing axis compression. Well, it obviously makes a bit of difference over time, but the impact is like, you know, freaking penguin receiving hit from a bullet, right? It's just player receiving impact from a bullet. It's not billiards, right? If you're playing billiards, you want to have every single impact being 100% precise. But even then, you probably wouldn't even synchronize the impact vector. You'd just want to synchronize the ball, which I already do. But for the purpose of a bullet and a player taking hits, you could probably discreetly synchronize it. But you could even make some, you know, algorithm to capture, because you don't want to underutilize the space of a byte if you're already synchronizing a byte. In which case, you could probably synchronize it in such a way that, you know, a byte is what, like 256 discrete values or something. So you could make 256 discrete vectors that are evenly spaced points on this imaginary sphere. And that would capture sort of an accurate yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, it's like flight sim stuff. If you're doing a simulation, then it's whatever, you know, billiards. But if you're doing just a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter with wacky physics, it's literally doesn't matter at all. So we could probably do that later. All right, get set. There we go. And then what this is going to be here is not overwrite on event damage player data. And we're going to do damage data, and it's going to be public void take damage, and it's damage data data. I'm about to start learning how to equip the weapons, tools, and character hands for my Unity game. I got all the code in place and spawn in the tools in the hand. Yeah, I mean, I had to design that stuff for Penguin Heist, but what made it more problematic is that some of the weapons are physics-based, and it's different how they're executed in different games. Like for a first-person game, for example, or a single-player game, it's a lot more trivial because you can sort of make the assumption that these weapons are going to behave identically no matter what. Sort of, they're just going to be in the hand and do their thing. But for my game, it's sort of like I have to do this almost like decoupling of the rendered and the physics of the weapon in very strange ways. depending on whether or not it's local or proxied. So like if you have authority, for example, over the bat, then you'd synchronize it, the position in a completely different way as opposed to if it's just being rendered on another client. Wait, the Newt Dancer music video? What's the Newt Dancer music video? Wait, which is it Fernando Miguel? Is that the one? Just the song uploaded.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Wait, so not this one then?
Fernando,
Or what?
don't-
Oh,
This new dancing.
the dancing mini game. I don't know. I could try to upload it, but I'd have to dig up the song from the game files. But that's good that mine is still there. That's weird though. I mean, I wasn't the one who uploaded, so I guess someone must have just taken it down for some reason. I wonder if I can synchronize. I can, right? Yeah, I'll try to bring it back. I'll see if I can upload it today or something. Wait, let's see here. What was the code again? Right, if player is null, so we can do if data.player. Is none. Yeah. See, this is what I wonder. Like, if data.player. Is there a way to just see, like, is... Yeah, I guess we'll do it like that. Oh, it's private? Public. That looks like shit. Wait, but if player is none there, so then we can assume it's... Then we can say... Our layer object. Ah, okay. We're not just sending... Yeah, we're gonna have to send a network ID because this is a reference to an object, not a reference to a player necessarily. We'll do if is valid, and then instead get is find object. Yeah. That's the thing, like when you take a hit from a network ID, it's not necessarily the connection, it's from the Oh, I was gonna read Notbox comic. Should I do that now or not? I don't know. Oh, it's an entity. We will do rigid body index. And then var rigid body name equals to network. We should just do like a reverse dictionary. How do you like reverse a dictionary? It's bone to bite, bite to bone. Okay, I'm just gonna be right back. We'll continue where we left off when I get back. Synchronizing bones. So, see you guys soon. Chicken jockey. What's up? Bone today, bone index today. North is up. Neat. I think we don't have a bone to end. It's bone to bite. It's bone to end. But this is bite. Ooh. Bone to name. Ah, neat. I guess it should all be int. It doesn't have to be byte. Just synchronize the byte. Ah, I see. Did I read the comic or not? Like, how many people are even here? Is Bro Y here? I saw he popped in to say L stream. Sometimes he shows up and then he sticks around even though he doesn't type. Yeah, you're not here. I don't think there's yeah, we'll just wait for it. There's no need to stress it out. They're on damage taken. Take damage. And then we can do. Mostly ambient indie stuff. Right now I'm listening to Led Zeppelin, but that's, I mean, I used to listen to Led Zeppelin a bunch, but yeah, I mean, recent ones I've been listening to, yeah, Stars of the Lid ambient, Destino Halloran ambient, Winged Victory for the Sullen also ambient. Yeah, I listen to a lot of like 2000s indie, like, yeah, Radiohead, Pedro the Lion, Sufjan Stevens. Progressive rock I enjoy, so like King Crimson. Yeah, I kind of like this sort of 2000s, 90s prog revival, Flower Kings and Beardfish and stuff like that. Haken also. Yeah. Pinegrow is also another one. Alex Cameron I like. Modern classical I like. So like Max Richter. What's his name? Arvo Pärt is also modern classical. Björk, obviously, I mean Icelandic, you know. Yeah, I like some I usually listen to that because obviously like emo and indie rock has like a lot of overlap, so I listen to a lot of like the, you know, like My Chemical Romance. I don't really care for them that much, honestly, but stuff like Sunny Day Real Estate, yeah, Promise Ring, American Football, Brand New, I like those kinds of emo bands, like the, you know, sort of 90s ones. When it goes into the 2000s, I'm a bit whatever. The emo revival stuff I like, so sort of like 2010s. So you have like The World's a Beautiful Place, This Town Eats Guns, stuff like that. Yeah, like, I mean, the classical friggin' folk indie stuff like Animal Collective, Joanna Newsom, like that stuff. So post rock I do like as well. Sigur Rós, Godspeed You, 33, yeah, Silver Mount Zion. Modest Mouse is probably one of my favorite bands of all time. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm generally in the sort of like ambient, modern, classical, like ambient, classical, indie. I like country stuff as well, like the Americana country stuff. So like Jason Isbell, the name Songs Ohio, yeah, Drive By Truckers, good stuff. Magnolia Electrico is the Songs Ohio rebranding, yeah. So I think I used to listen to like friggin' hip hop and stuff, but I just don't care for it. I tried to like it because I was like, you know, oh, everyone's hyping this stuff up, but I just cannot get into it. Love Bob Dylan and sort of that old folk stuff like Nick Drake. But 70s rock I know pretty much everything about. I am very into that stuff. I mean, I can see the appeal in hip hop. I just cannot get into like caring about it because I think it's just so I cannot get into it because I just cannot end up caring for the lyrics. I just cannot, and that's what the entire genre hedges its bets on lyrics and this I guess lyrical rhythm and stuff, but it's just I just cannot care for it. I can't. But I like slowcore stuff, yeah, like Red House Painters, Nick Cave. I would say falls under that umbrella recently, especially. Yeah, also like Mountain Goat's also indie folk stuff, yeah. Jazz stuff I do have a soft spot for. So like yeah, Snarky Puppy, Miles Davis, what's his name? I mean, obviously John Coltrane. I mean, all the basic stuff, jazz stuff, but like Thelonious Monk, these guys, Johansson, they're Swedish jazz musicians. I like those. So, yeah, there's a broad array of stuff I have listened to and still do listen to, but generally these days I just, you know, I'm either listening to intensely dense music or intensely sparse music, so like either ambient or friggin' messy stuff like prog rock and jazz. Like, you know, one of my favorite albums. I like sort of noisy shit, you know, when it's just, they're like Bitches Brew, that album, which is just absolute madness of an album, but I just love it. Same with like Swans, also, like, you know, very noisy stuff, and I like a lot of their earlier stuff as well. So like a lot of people listen to Swans these days. They're sort of, you know, in the I guess from 2014 and onward, but I like a lot of their, you know, pre-Soundtracks for the Blind stuff that's just absolutely noisy. It's like post-punk sort of stuff. Very good. I think probably one of the, like in modern post-rock, definitely one of the big influences for people. It's like very noisy, droney, sort of entrancing stuff, very repetitive, long, bombastic songs. You know, we're talking like 34-minute plus songs that are just sort of just repeating many, like, I mean, this album here, it's 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 28 minutes. It's just really long, dense music, very intense. But like, yeah, I mean, Soundtracks for the Blind is one of the weirdest albums ever released. But it's, I mean, it's also like released at a weird point in their career, because it was sort of like the entire band was basically falling apart. And here's this collection of different pieces they've been working on that also feel like they're just falling apart and have no place. Yeah, but this, like, hip hop is repetitive in a sort of low information density way. Like, hip hop repeats in the sense that, you know, it lays a beat and then repeats said beat without changing it for 3 minutes, while the rapper raps dynamically over said beat in a variety of ways. That's supposed to be the interesting part. But if you can't get into the rapping itself, if that's not interesting to you, then the music's not going to do it for you, and then there's no point listening to it. Which is why I sort of gave up on it. But I still do, like, you know, for example, You Pimp a Butterfly with like Kendrick Lamar. I love that album. But again, that's also a musically interesting album. You can listen to that, you don't even know the lyrics, and it could still sound good because it has captivating melodies and dynamic, real instruments. Well, that's the thing. It's like a beat is not enough to captivate me. That's the thing. It's like the concept of a beat is a repeating, like, whatever 1 bar, 2 bar, 4 bars of like generally quite boring melodies, but it's like I'm not going to stick around for a song because it has like a beat that plays on repeat for 3 minutes. But that's why an album like To Pimp a Butterfly is interesting, because they actually use real live instruments and they take like jazz influence and have actually genuinely interesting. Yeah, I mean the old yeah, but it barely changes up. Like they do like, oh shit, he switched up the beat in the middle of the song, that's crazy. But it's like, okay, yeah, now instead of a single beat that runs for freaking 3 minutes, it's 2 beats that each run for 1 minute 30 seconds each. But it's like if you listen to any sort of other genre compared to like hip hop and what hip hop generally is, and you actually care about like the instrumentation, you'll see sort of how simple and low information the actual beat itself is, which is fine. You know, I don't care if people enjoy that or not. Like, they can enjoy it. I'm not going to put any judgment, but for myself, it becomes like it just grates on my brain as I'm just hearing the same thing over and over and over again, but in not in a way that makes it evolve. Because I will listen to repetitive music that plays the same thing for 40 minutes, but that's because it plays the same thing for 40 minutes in a dynamic and evolving and changing way. But like the sort of DIY approach that many hip hop musicians have means that they will record a beat and then they'll use the loop function in their, whatever Logic or whatever digital audio workspace they're using. And they'll just use the loop function on that beat they made and yeah, but you're talking about texture versus like the notes being played, right? And I think that that's part of what I hate about like modern jazz music, especially, is that they only think about the notes being played. They don't think about the textures or the sounds. But for me, like, texture is number one, and I think that that's the only space where rap music does interesting stuff, is having interesting textures. So in terms of like, I mean, you had the like blown out kick sound, which was run into the ground in rap music, but like that was still an interesting texture, a bit, like out there. Or the intense use of like auto tune also is like a bit of an out there thing and a bit of an interesting texture. Which jazz music doesn't experiment with because it's stuck in the freaking 60s or whatever. Or now, I guess it's stuck in the 80s because you're using these corny freaking synth sounds. But yeah, it's like, it's just, I cannot listen to the same thing that's just like, I hear that they literally just pulled a loop, So like, it just sounds painfully made in an audio software. So they make a loop, this is a loop, and these are the notes being played, and they'll have like the beats or whatever. And then they just, there's the loop button, and you just click and drag it, and now it's just dragged on. They just do that, and you can hear it's the same thing being played throughout the entire section of the song. And it's like, man, I don't like that. I just don't care for it. Like, these are all looped and copy pasted segments of before, whereas when you listen to another person playing a repetitive thing, well, then it's not, if it's played live, you can't loop it. Or I mean, you can if you make a live loop, but But generally you have the audio waveform, which is like even the minor differences you can tell, like, oh yeah, this drum beat is being played live. And that's why I think like live performances in general, especially of hip hop music, are so insanely much better, because they're actually using live non-looped instrumentation where the sort of dynamics of every single instrument comes through. But yeah, I just don't care for this. Like this part does not interest me, and which is the reason that I pretty much just gave up on hip hop. I just couldn't get into the lyrics. I thought, you know, if I'd listened to it enough. Well, it is still music, but I'm not saying it isn't music. I'm saying it's not interesting to me. It's low information density. Because as I sit there and I hear this and I listen to it, even in the background, my brain is like begging for more. It's like you are listening to the same thing over and over. Switch song. Stop listening. Yeah, and that's just not for me. Like, you know, if I like this 4-second loop, I will like it. That's not for me. Like I just hear a loop. That's all I hear. But that's also, I mean, I myself play instruments and stuff. So from that point of view, I think whenever you start playing an instrument, you start sort of paying attention to music in a different way. But you can make a you know, again, music is all about repeating motifs, okay? But that doesn't mean you have to make a loop out of it. And I think that's the part that grates me. When it just sounds like a loop and it's completely uninteresting. Like there's this one famous song called Disintegration Loops, which is I think a 12-second loop that's looped over and over 1 hour. And it's one of my favorite like albums or art pieces. And again, it's repeated. It's a loop repeating, 12-second loop repeating over an hour. But what he does is interesting because it's a physical tape repeating on a tape player. And as the tape is being played, the physical tape itself is like disintegrating because it's an old tape and it's sort of falling apart and breaking as it's being looped and looped. And then it's applied with like reverb post-processing. And it just ends up sounding more and more distorted and ruined, and like the finer details are like disintegrating away as it plays. And that's like interesting to me. But of course hip hop would never do something like that because they're working in like their digital audio stations and they're just, oh, this beat's fire, and then copy paste. And yeah, because again, like the beat for them is a foundation upon which they rap and perform their lyrics. The beat the beat cannot be too rhythmically interesting, otherwise it becomes too difficult for them to rap on top of it. Well, I don't care about the lyrics. Like the lyrics can be whatever. And that's I think that's a misrepresentation of the general lyrics. I mean, if you look at like Kendrick Lamar, one of the biggest rappers alive, and that's not really at all what he raps about. And you look at I mean, you could look at like Jay-Z, for example, also huge rapper, doesn't rap about that stuff generally. But like the one of my favorite hip hop groups is Death Grips, for example. But they, like, this is the kind of hip hop that I will listen to, but it's not, I mean, it's experimental hip hop. It's more closer to like rock music than it is hip hop, but still, I mean, it's raps. It's rapping, but so Death Grips is one of my favorite. But they, you know, same. JPEG Mafia is also great. I think Eminem is absolutely boring. I cannot stand Eminem. Yeah, but the thing is, like, Kendrick doesn't run away from the beat. He raps in a more melodic and rhythmically interesting way. And going off beat with intention, I think, is way more interesting than staying on beat sort of religiously. Because staying on beat religiously is just not rhythmically interesting to me, especially if you're playing with like already beats that sort of have nothing going for them beyond sounding like, oh, sick, you know? Like that's, you know, yeah, Danny Brown's another one, great. Earl Sweatshirt, yeah, I mean Tyler the Creator is also a good one. Clipping. Yeah, but Kendrick's newer stuff, anything, I'm talking this, To Pimp a Butterfly, and his second album, Good Kid, Mad City. Those are the only two. Well, I don't care about the melodic stuff. It's not melodies, right? It's not melodies. That's not what I'm looking for. I can listen to percussion music. One second.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
The doc has learned to dance.
But yeah, I was saying, with like all these whatever hip hop artists I mentioned, there's actually interesting music in the background, giving even the sort of. But I think what I like about, like, for example, Kendrick is it feels like he even his sort of rapping alone is almost melodically and rhythmically interesting enough. on its own to also sort of distract from the potentially boring beat. But like when he dropped damn, I was so damn disappointed because basically he captured everything about hip hop that was freaking boring and bland and went with it. I was like, damn, okay, he's doing something really interesting here with like the To Pimp a Butterfly, incorporating like live instrumentation. But that, I don't like the tone of his voice, but that's the thing I like, the fact that he does do different things with his voice and uses it in all these different ways. What's the difference between rap and hip hop? Rap is just the way that they will sing or whatever. It's a rhythmic performance of lyrics, basically. That's rap. And then hip hop would be the genre of generally sort of beat centric music with often, but not always, rap being performed along with it. So you could have, like, for example, what's that guy's name? It's a Shadow, DJ Shadow. Is he the guy who did a bunch of Jay Dilla? DJ Shadow and Jay Dilla, I think, are like hip hop artists that just make beats. But yeah, I don't care about like the timbre of voices, like whether it's nasal or high pitch or low pitch or whatever. I can get past that quite easily. To me, a voice is never a bother. Like the tone, as I can get past that quite easily. I mean, especially, I mean, if you listen to any sort of emo music, all of them sound like freaking whiny babies. But you just get into it, you know?
This is Fernando.
Oh, thank you.
He is really good at dancing.
Matty Assinen has learned to dance.
Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, I think like when I was talking about like hip hop music and generally it being boring, I will leverage the same exact critique against modern indie music. I find that the modern indie scene, specifically the sort of indie rock scene, sucks ass. It is terrible for the same exact reasons that I despise hip-hop music, because you can just hear that they don't even play the entire song, and they're supposed to be like, oh yeah, we're all about like raw, you know, rock and like we're recording this, you know, on our guitars and stuff. Yeah, but you didn't even record the full song. You recorded like the one loop of your verse on your guitar, and then you just looped it. You just looped the entire verse. And that's no more interesting to me than looping a beat. So I'm just vehemently anti-looping, I guess, specifically digital looping. And I think it is annoying to me also, with the advent of digital recording especially, how every single song these days is played. I mean, because in the old days of tape, you didn't have the sort of, I mean, when you're recording music these days on a digital audio workstation, a DAW, because this is what you call like Logic Pro, Reaper, Audacity, whatever. These are all DAWs, digital audio workstations. But when you're recording music, you're recording it on tracks, So each track has an instrument, a sound, or whatever. And then there's this tempo grid you have, right? Where each of these grid points responds to a beat of, you know, whatever time signature, but generally you have like a 4/4 time signature. You'd have, you know, 1, 2, 3, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So it's all locked into a grid. So when you record your loop, bam, and then you loop it. So it's all going to be like this. It's all looped and stuck and jammed into this grid. And the tempo literally never changes unless you explicitly tell it to. But when everyone's recording, they're recording along to the metronome of the built-in like recorder in their DAW. So it's always like... It's always just on beat, this metronome. Whereas in the old days of tape, you would occasionally use a metronome to record for sure, but generally you'd sort of just either record, well, if you want to maintain some sort of stable tempo, you'd record the drums, and the drums would be the sort of beating heart of the song, right? And they'd be the beating heart of the song, specifically because the drums were the metronome to be used for all the other instruments in the recording. So the drums would maintain the tempo, meaning that, you know, okay, let's say this was recorded in the DAW. Instead of the drums being there, you know, one loop, the drum might be here. So that's already like offbeat. And then it continues like that. And then the drummer, because they're human, they can't maintain perfect tempo. So sometimes they drag, or they lag behind, or they pull, you know, whatever. So there's like a dynamic range that exists within the tempo, not just sort of whatever. And then what's interesting further is that because of this, you can also do dynamic tempo shifts, like dynamically rolling, like you can do those pulls, you know, pull and drag the tempo as you wish on command, because you're not locked into this grid. So because of this grid, all these indie musicians, they just think that all music is recording like a loop, looping that throughout the track, and then making a new loop whenever they want to change something. And it just sounds so boring. But that's why I love bands like Pine Grove, because they're absolute masters of, you know, doing indie recordings that actually don't have like a locked to the grid tempo. And you can hear that with like when you're trying to like old Led Zeppelin recordings, for example. The tempo on those is all over the place. It's never consistent. But then you start getting into the 80s and 90s, and all of a sudden all the songs are just locked into a grid thanks to like drum machines and stuff like that. Which is quite sad. Yeah, well, there you go, bro. Why? But yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's perceived taste, I guess. But yeah, I think a lot of people who argue that like, oh yeah, hip hop is so uninteresting. Oh, hip hop is so bland. You know, blah blah blah. I can't stand rap music because it's just the same beat over and over. But the same exact critique can be leveraged against the music that they listen to. They just don't realize it because they're fooled by the sound of the guitar. They're like, oh yeah, because there's melody, because there's strong melody, all of a sudden that means that all the critiques of the music being repetitive are now suddenly gone, which is just not true at all. But yeah, it's, you know, people are saying we're in a golden age of independent music making, but we're in the golden age of independent trash making too. There's a lot of garbage on the streets.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Thank you.
124 has learned to dance.
Thank you, Pen224. I think the set contact event is happening on the player as well. Yeah, it is. Okay. Self-transform, other transform. And that's it. Okay. Wait, event other. Let's see here. Set contact event. I have it there. Other is an entity, and then string. Okay. So that would be a network ID then. So we can just do this contact data. Contact data. And it would be like this. And self transform. And then also the other transform. And this would be other. And then this would be contact data, set contact, on set contact, and data. Set contact. Oops. Contact data. Data. Bar self. Phone index name and data dot self transform. and other. And then data.other is the network ID. So there we again we do other transform, which is the not it would be get runner.find. What are you working on right now? So what I'm working on is my game Penguin Heist. Are you familiar with Penguin Heist, Pen224? Course, yeah. Well, in that case, I don't know why there's like so what I'm doing is for Penguin Heist, I am right now sorry, my MacBook is low on space. I am basically rewriting the entire multiplayer code. So we've been using this multiplayer networking library called Photon Bolt. Already in 2019, I believe, Photon Bolt was on its last legs. We released Penguin Heist in 2021. So we were already way outdated by the time, you know. Yeah, it is the editor log. That's yeah, we were already outdated by the time Wait. There is an error being spammed in the... Okay, there we go. Now it's not going to be memory leak. There was memory leak. So we were outdated by the time that Penguin Heist released, pretty much. But the reason we didn't change because we'd already done all the work, and this was our first sort of foray into multiplayer. And we were thinking, okay, we'll just use another multiplayer networking library for the next game release, but then we sort of ended up working on Penguin Heist longer than we anticipated. And now we're sort of seeing that we want to keep working on Penguin Heist because we want to sort of start expanding on what Penguin Heist is. Here, find object, try. Yeah, so see here. I'm just focusing on two things here. So we wanted to expand on sort of what Penguin Heist is and work on these new experiences. Oh, that one's always true. Okay, well in that case. And yeah, we're gonna do like this spin-off that we're gonna be calling Penguin Springs. By the way, guys, no longer Penguin Peaks, it's Penguin Springs. We want to make this sort of GTA style spin-off. And we basically realized, okay, we don't want to make an entirely new game. We don't want to like start from scratch with Penguin Heist. It's better to just rewrite what we have. And if Penguin Heist is going to stick around, well, we might as well update Penguin Heist instead of like copying the project and working from there. So we're rewriting just all of Penguin Heist, and whatever benefits that Penguin Springs are going to get, Penguin Heist will get too. So we're just rewriting everything, you know, for Penguin Heist, and then we're going to carry that over into Penguin Springs. And Penguin Springs is going to be this GTA-like multiplayer experience, like Penguin Life Simulator, essentially. And I'm really hyped for that. I can tell you that much. I could just discuss this also. Yeah, I have that comic up there. I haven't read it yet, but it's all ready to go. But like that fish drew up this sketch of a map. It's you know, keep in mind, we haven't discussed much about it, like other than the concept at large, but he was like, oh shit, Mega made fan art. Fire. But yeah, so imagine something like this, okay? Do not look at this and say, oh, this looks small. Oh, this looks a bit too big. Like there are no proportions. This is just like a sketch of a potential map that could possibly somehow be descriptive visually of sort of the ideas we have. But the main idea is trying to be captured with this map, with the idea being some sort of business hub right here, some sort of business center with like main roads and small side roads. You have some harbor / airport area over here with like industrial stuff, so like factories, whatever. You could have like a lighthouse or something here. You could have some other thing here. Doesn't matter what it is. This could be the airport, you know, who knows? And then you have like suburbs stretching a bit out of the city. You have suburbs on different ends of the city. So there could be like suburbs going here. And then out of the city, you have these major roads that allow you to circle the entire island. So you can do like, you know, you can do these races around the island on your car or whatever. Then you have like these winding mountain roads that take you like into the wilderness. And then maybe over here, you could have another small town, right? So there could be like a gas station, maybe a grocery store, maybe a gun store as well or something. So you have like reasons to want to get a car, to want to cross the island, so you can't just like walk around everywhere. But you could walk here if you wanted to. It would just take a long time. And we're gonna try to sort of work with the concept of no, it would not be in Penguin Village. So that was the original plan, and the sort of hopes and dreams was to create this grander scale game called Penguin Village. But the more we thought about the concept, the more it came to us that Penguin Village, just its geometry and geography did not make sense for it. Penguin Village is not built for cars, first and foremost. So we'd have to forego the cars entirely. And then Penguin Village is so condensed. Everything's very close to everything. So then we're like, well, what's the point of vehicles at all? You could have islands or something off the coast of Penguin Village, but then it's all boats. Boats would be the only vehicle, eventually, potentially helicopters. But navigating around town in a vehicle is why do I want cars so badly? So the reason I want cars, but you could have a scooter in this game as well, but the reason is because you want to have there be a potential to like spread things out and work with empty space. Let's say you get into a police chase. If there's no space, there's no chase. Like, do you want every single police chase to be like a Scooby-Doo running after each other? Like, that's... I don't think that's interesting for people. And plus, sort of, here we can sort of operate within 3 realms of transport: water, air, and land. So you have cars, and you can be a delivery driver. Heck, you know, you could be like a truck driver. Let's say like these blue dots are like gas stations or something. You know, let's say that these blue dots over here are gas stations. You could be a truck driver delivering gas between these gas stations. You know? Like, how awesome is that? There's no potential whatsoever for anything like that in Penguin Village. Let's say you want to work as a search and rescue helicopter driver or something. Like, maybe we have random events of like penguins getting lost in the wild, so you have to be like a helicopter driver and come in there and rescue them. We couldn't do that in Penguin Village, because we don't have a wilderness to begin with. We'd have to tear down the mountains. And then it's no longer... Like, we'd have to manipulate Penguin Village so much to the point that it's no longer Penguin Village. And then also, Penguin Village is like sort of a depressing, like, visual place, right? It's gray, it's concrete, it's snow. Whereas here, you know, we can have like palm beaches, we could have like forests, we could have like these cool mountains, we could even have like freaking geysers. Maybe it's like volcanically active island. We could do all kinds of things. But with Penguin Village, again, it's in the Antarctic, it's snow. And then you could say, well, you could just add like a warp to another place, but then we're segmenting the maps. Now you're no longer in Penguin Village. If you have to take the boat to get to Playa del Sol or whatever, then it's not one single map, and we want it to be one single map. Plus, a new map allows us to sort of build for the future. It will be... Well, so the city is going to be much more flat, right? It's going to be much more flat, much more everything's going to be accessible via car. And that's the main difference. So, but we want to have functional buildings. We want to have interesting stuff. We want to have NPCs. We want it to be, you know, one thing with like Penguin Village that was a struggle was optimizing the level. Because it is like Penguin Village is dense with like stuff. I mean, you'll notice that playing the game. You have all the stores, the museum, the library, the pizzeria, the gun store. It's all super close to each other. The gym, the bureau. It's all so close. And like rendering all that stuff is very difficult and taxing on the system. There's a reason when you look at like Roblox levels, they're so empty because they know that they can't crunch that much out of their systems. And we have to sort of take that into account and make sort of a bit more car-friendly place. So a bit more broad design. But it's going to be quite different. So there's going to be like residential areas, commercial districts, industrial districts, a bit more like a real city. But it's going to be, yeah, way more sunny, tropical, but like a mix of environments. So there's going to be like mountains with potentially snow, and different, not just one single city, but maybe, you know, city plus town or whatever. With the room for expansion later on in case that becomes relevant. But yeah, I'm like, I seriously think I don't think there's gonna be a game that will have been like this. I think we're doing something very unique, and I don't think there are indies who have dared engage with this kind of stuff that we're gonna try to do. There will have been indies who have attempted it and failed, and I can list a couple. but there is a hunger for this sort of game outside of what like GTA is providing, because GTA is providing the AAA experience of this, right? But we're providing the sort of janky indie game experience. That's our attempt, and we can do things that they wouldn't be okay with doing, simply because it doesn't feel polished enough or doesn't feel like gamey enough. We can go a bit more wild with it, and that's what we're going to try to do. So I'm excited. Because I don't, you know, we're never going to be able to compete with GTA on the level of we're never going to be able to compete on the level of quality that GTA has. So the idea is it's going to be like job and career focused, right? So basically you are a civilian in the world. You're just one in the masses. You're not a main character. You don't have a story. You're just in there trying to make a life for yourself. And you can engage with different careers. You can buy a house. You can buy a car. You can sort of just live your life in this virtual world. And the idea is like an example career would be, for example, you know, let's say you're starting a drug business. Well, you could start out your drug business in some storage unit you buy, or maybe in some cheap apartment, some cheap starter apartment you get. You can start your little drug business where you're growing like penguin weed or whatever. You start selling that, you scale up, then you can buy like a bigger house. Then maybe you buy like a factory, and you can sort of scale up your business a bit, right? And that's sort of one career path you can take, and that's a criminal career path. But then maybe you want to do another career path. Maybe you want to be a police. So as a police, your job is to hunt down criminals, and there will be NPCs that are like criminals. Maybe they're carrying like illegal weapons, maybe they're carrying illegal drugs, whatever. You can be like arresting them. You have a police car, whatever. That's a career type. And then there's another career, just being a fisherman. Just a fisherman. That's it. You're just fishing. And so how do you fish? Well, you start by just buying a fishing rod, you fish, you get enough money, and then you get a boating license. You buy a boat, and you have like this legal boat. And you're out there, you're fishing for more. No, it's not more Sims than GTA. Well, like, it's a hybrid, right? It's not like a life sim. You know, when I think Sims, I think, you know, raising family, playing house. Sims is all about playing house. This game is not about playing house. It's more so about life sim. So you're simulating your own life from a first person perspective. Not first person in the sense that your view is first person, but it's like you are yourself. And then you have this boat, and then you upgrade the boat, and now you can catch, you know, bigger fish. But then at some point, you know, there are some waters where you can catch illegal fish. So now you can do the same career. Either you can stay legal, or you can maybe start catching like illegal, I don't know, maybe there's like some shark that you're not allowed to catch. When you start catching the shark, and then you have to go like, you can't just sell the fish in the harbor. Now you have to like take the boat around here, around the back to this other harbor that sells and deals in like a black market fish. And then you have to sell the shark there. But then there's another player who's a police. And this police is like patrolling the waters here. And your boat is coming around, and this player is like, hey, I'm gonna need to check your boat. And then he inspects your boat, and he finds you have the illegal shark. And now you have a decision: do you go and pay the fine, or do you kill the police and end up with a bounty. Well, you end up with a bounty because you kill the police. You end up in a shootout. And then you go and you sell the shark, and then you have to stay in hiding until your heat dies down. And you can do all these sort of emergent gameplay while, you know, also you can just play this single player and just have fun with it because it's like a life sim, right? But then maybe you just want to be a truck driver. So first you have to get your driver's license. And to get your driver's license, you have to make money. So first you have to work at the factory. You know, you work at the factory in the industrial area. You earn some money. And now you have enough money to take driver's lessons. And then you go to like the local racetrack, and you have to drive like, you know, so many times. And you have to do these driver's lessons like 3 times. And then you have your driver's license. And then you have to save up for a car. And then you have your car. And then you can, or maybe you don't have to buy a car. Maybe you have to like pay for a trucker's license. Then you have a trucker's license. And now you can do a job as a truck driver. And you can do these deliveries all around the island. And that's your career. And then you can boost your license. So now you can carry like more volatile goods with your truck. Maybe you can carry like gas. But then some guy who's like an asshole, he decides to blow up your truck. Bam, your truck explodes. Now there's like fire. And then maybe you have to be like a firefighter Gwyn, and another player's a firefighter Gwyn, and they have to go and you know, turn out the fire or whatever. So it's like it's both single player focused with these careers, but then also the sort of interaction dynamic between other players in other careers interacting with you. So that's the idea. And what makes it GTA? Well, the fact that you can be a criminal, you can do illegal stuff, you can do like drug stuff, you can do car thefts, you can do, you know, stealing, whatever. And what makes it, you know, a life sim? Well, is the fact that you don't have to do any of that. You could just live your life in your house, work a job at the factory, earn money, buy furniture, and just have fun and go party on the beach with your penguin friends. So it's like it's whatever you make of it. And we're going to give you some fun career options. But we're not going to go, you know, we're not going to try to make like 20 different careers out the gate. That's not our idea. We want to make a couple, see how that works, see if people enjoy it, and then start adding. So this would be an early access game because we sort of, you know, with a game like this, it's all about finding the balance. Yoga instructor, yeah. Finding the balance. Well, realistically, who would be a civilian? But that's the thing, like the thing about being a civilian in GTA roleplay is that it's boring. Because what are your options when being a civilian in GTA roleplay? What can you actually do? Can you be a truck driver? Can you do deliveries? Can you be a fisherman and just go out fishing? Like, have they made that part interesting? Because that's our main goal, is making it interesting enough to just stay a civilian and have that be fun on its own. And not feel like you are forced to, if you want to earn money, well, then you have to, you know, be this. Yeah, well, I mean, the idea with this game is that, you know, it's more casual. It's just chill. And maybe the truck driver job is like a side hustle to another thing you're doing. Maybe you're a small-time drug dealer, but you're mostly earning your income from doing deliveries or whatever. But I mean, you know, people are playing like Euro Truck Simulator and they're enjoying that, and playing freaking Farming Simulator or whatever. They don't ever want to be truck drivers or farmers. But our main point is that it feels like too many RP games, specifically, and these sort of life sim games, they're just surface level. So they're like, oh, you can be a fisherman? Yeah, you just have this boat and that's it. There's no sense of progression. There's no upgrading the boat. Or like all the fishing you can do is just with a fishing rod and that's it. We're like, okay, well, let's have different points of progression. Maybe you could upgrade your rod, and then once you've upgraded the rod, you can then get a boat, and then with the boat, you can start upgrading the boat. So there's all these like upgrade and progression paths within different like independent careers. But the reason we can do these things in the first place is because we've already built the foundation of Penguin Heist. So we're taking what already exists in Penguin Heist and sort of building a game on top of it, but also within it. So there's going to be like an overlap of like features already existing in Penguin Heist that we're modifying, and then entirely new sort of progression and features that are entirely separate from what already exists in Penguin Heist. But this is a game that, you know, I'm going to be testing this and play testing this sort of with the community and very sort of the stream community here. There's going to be like builds, and we're going to be playing this together on stream and just sort of experimenting and having fun and seeing sort of what works. And I think, you know, we can build probably a lot of hype for this game. And we're gonna just really have fun with it, because both me and that fish, we're both hyped for this, you know. And I just don't see any game that is doing this sort of stuff right now beyond the GTA roleplay mods and stuff. But what I find with the GTA roleplay mods is that they become so sweaty. You get all these people friggin' acting like nerds playing cops and whatever. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, there's different kinds of people. Like, some people want to just simulate, you know, real life, and some people want to be a criminal. But I think too many games. Oh, thank you so much. But yeah, like too many games, too many roleplay games end up devolving into nothing but cops versus criminals, because that's all that the developers end up caring about. They never cater to anything else. But I always thought that the most appealing part of these games was not the cops versus criminals stuff. But cops versus criminals, I think that just there's an emergent gameplay that just evolves automatically out of just adding some ability to be a cop and some ability to be a criminal. But I think many people don't want that, and I don't want to force them to do that either. And I think that sort of gameplay is also, like cops versus criminals, is contingent on there being multiplayer, right? If your foundation is cops versus criminals, then there has to be cops and criminals present. And I think that's the sort of, you know, multiplayer, but we want to cater to the single players as well, and they might just want to be a freaking truck driver and just enjoy it and have fun with that. It is going well, Alish. We are converting the multiplayer, but we're talking about on this is the same. Yeah, well, that could be something, you know, you could potentially look at, you know. But again, that's sort of like we want to have a strong foundation. So like a couple career paths, maybe 5 career paths or something, and we want to do those really well. And if we can have these career paths be like genuinely enjoyable, and people are like, okay, this is sick, I just love this, then we can, okay, well, people are liking this as it stands, let's just add more, and then start like integrating them with other stuff. So we'll start small, and and focus on like depth instead of breadth. Because I feel like with roleplay games, they have like, oh, here are 100 jobs you can work. But also, what do I do in these jobs? Well, you just stand still and you collect money. But it says that your job title is like shop owner. Okay, but do I actually sell stuff? No, you just role play it. Oh, okay. So I just stand in the shop? Yes. It's like, that's not a level of depth we want to aspire to. If you're running a store, you're going to run the store. And if you're a delivery driver, there's going to be like a progression. You're going to have to get a trucker's license. You're going to have to buy different trucks. You're going to have to deliver different goods, and so on and so forth. There's going to be a depth to every single career path, and that's why we start small with deep career paths and just see if that works. That's the idea. Yeah, and that's the thing. So we want to have like different jobs interacting, but not in the sense that it requires it. So like, for example, if a player runs a grocery store, then it would be cheaper to buy from the player run grocery store. So there's like a benefit from going to the player run grocery store as opposed to going to like the NPC run grocery store. And then in the same way, if you're a delivery driver, well, maybe while you're a delivery driver, the import cost for working in the grocery store would be like lower or whatever. So it's like, you know, the synergy effect would be like, okay, as long as there are other players, you'll be doing good to sort of make use of their business. But still, it has to be single player first. The game cannot exist and assume that there will be other players online. The moment you assume there will be other players online, you'll get people starting up the game, seeing no servers, saying dead game, bye-bye. Or saying, huh, this game would be fun with friends. No, but you can't, you have to promote socializing in ways that make sense. If you don't have any NPC stores, then single player won't make any sense. That's the thing. So there has to be like a push and pull. Because otherwise you're gonna do exactly what every other game does, which is assume success. And assume forever success. Because if the game relies on, yeah, that's the thing, it's gonna be single player. Single player first, and multiplayer should only add to it. So it's like, you should not be punished. You should not feel like you're being punished for playing single player. But you should feel like you're gaining something from playing multiplayer. Well, it's in development now, pretty much. I'm reworking the multiplayer. So this is part of the groundwork for the development. It's all happening right now. Yeah. So that's the thing. So why I'm reworking the multiplayer right now is so that the multiplayer is going to be sort of stable, and the same benefits that this game is getting, Penguin Heist will get, because I've explained this earlier, but this is the full Penguin Heist project. No, this is closer to DLC, but it's going to be sold as a separate game. It's closer, but it's not, it's free. It's free though for Penguin Heist owners. So this is the Penguin Heist project. And then you have the Penguin Heist game, which exists within the Penguin Heist project. And then in the same project is also Penguin Springs. So they exist within the same project, but the Penguin Heist project has all the, you know, all the guns, the items, the networking, the models. It's all there, you know. This is all in Penguin Heist. So both of these games can use these things. So if we add new cosmetics to Penguin Heist, they get added to Penguin Springs. If we add new cosmetics to Penguin Springs, they get added to Penguin Heist, vice versa. But Penguin Heist game has like heists. It has the PvP, which I will fix. It has survival. It has the pizza panic minigame, whatever, you know. But Penguin Springs is the like life sim, if you want to call it that. But they're just using the stuff that already exists in the Penguin Heist project in different ways. Whereas Detective Penguin is a clone. We cloned the Penguin Heist project and ripped shit out. That's Detective Penguin. So Detective Penguin is entirely separate from the project. So that's, you know, that's why it's fundamentally a different game. Whereas Penguin Springs is built not just on top of the Penguin Heist Foundation, but it's built within the Penguin Heist Foundation. But Penguin Heist owners are getting Penguin Springs for free. Other people who want to buy Penguin Springs are going to pay $10. Whereas Penguin Heist is like the premium product and contains both games. And costs $15. So it's like an extra $5 if you want to get the heisting experience as well, pretty much, if you put it that way. But I would imagine many people do not care a crap about heists and therefore just want the life simulator, so they'll just pay $10. But it's like, okay, let's say you're 4 friends and you want to play Penguin Springs, that's $40. But if you're 4 friends and you want to play Penguin Heist, that's $60, and that's a $20 difference, which is quite a bit amount of money for people on a budget. So that's why $10, you know. So that's the idea. That is the idea. But it's not DLC. You could call it free DLC, but it's still going to be sold as a separate game because, again, like Penguin Heist is about playing heist. This is a literal life sim game we're building here with entirely new gameplay mechanics. And we are going to sell it as a separate game to promote a healthy player base. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have any sort of ideas for like, oh yeah, you think this career or this like progression path through a career would be interesting, I'm happy to hear it. Because we're in the sort of idea phase for this game right now. Nothing is decided. We're all just throwing ideas out there. So if you have like an idea and you think it is great, this is the point where it's like we're forming this idea right now and formalizing sort of what this game could be. So if you have anything specific in mind, or maybe it's like a small detail, maybe you're like, oh, it would be cool if this thing worked this exact way. So like if you're saying it would be cool if you could be a delivery driver and once someone has made a pizza, a player has made a pizza, they could put that pizza physically into the delivery truck and they would physically deliver that pizza. That would be cool. So like stuff like that. If you have like either an example like that, or you have like, it would be cool if you could be a fisherman who could upgrade maybe their boat. Maybe they start with a wooden boat and then they would fish from that and they would have to go out into deep water and then they could upgrade to a bigger fishing vessel with nets. So, you know, if you have like specific, you know, ideas, anything, I'm happy to hear it, because at this point in the idea stage is the best point to get your ideas on the floor. Because once I start working, once I actually start sitting down and working out sort of the kinks, that's when ideas become less relevant. Because at that point, the sort of idea of what the game is more set in stone. So if you have ideas, throw them out there. I'm happy to hear. Because again, this is a game that is built for the community in a sense. Like, I've always wanted a game like this, and that's, I think, part of why I'm so excited for it. But there's an open-ended nature to a game like this too. So where's the player event? I guess we could do public. Killed civilian included. Knocked out. I wonder, is the player events on the canvas or on the... Yeah, it's on the canvas. Yeah, I think player stats should just exist on the... Not player stats, but player events. I don't know if, like, because typically you can't save a prefab if there are errors on the scripts. I don't think. We can. Enemy kill feedback event. Is that on the enemy kill event manager? But that runs on the right, so that's a global event listener. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we could just send the player ref. I don't know if... No, because we want to send it to the relevant player. Like, there's no point.
SpongeBloop said, Chippy, chippy, choppa, choppa.
Chippy, chippy, choppa, choppa. Chippy, chippy, choppa, choppa. That is so wise. How do you know? I guess we could call that a player event as well. Nice. Hey, we basically removed all the errors from the enemy. It's just 2 errors left. There's the on remove contact.
SpongeBloop said, Super Idol de xiao rong domaini de tian bayu isen wu de yang guang domaini yao yan re ai bai.
That's actually interesting. Because I was thinking the same exact thing, SpongeBob. SpongeBloop, I was like, the Super Idol de Chao Rong Du Mei Ni de Tian Ba Ye Chen Wu de Yang Guang Do Mei Ni Yao Yan Re Ai Yi Bai Ling Wu de Ni Di Ching Tung de Cheng Liu Shu. I was thinking that, yeah. No. Sounds good though. Yeah, I mean, they will. Usually the way the plushies end up selling is you get a bunch of people at the launch, and then even more coming in at the end. So the sort of stress buys. So we had, well, that's not only though. That's not only at all. So the first plushie we launched had way worse numbers and still got funded. So it's gonna get funded. There's no worries there. The first plushie we launched, I think it sold just over 200 plushies or something. And it had, I think it sold within the last day, it sold like 80 or something plushies. It was like insane rush to the end there. Makeship, you look at the past campaigns we've done. Yeah, the penguin plush here, 344 sold of that one. So, and that was only towards the end that the big funding came in. So. Okay, that's the enemy class. No errors. Awesome. Yeah, I like the plushies too. They're real good. Is this identical to the enemy one? Yeah. Okay. Plan for today? It's literally just solving all of these errors. I'm not gonna be able to do this in one day, but we're reworking the multiplayer from the ground up, so it's taking time. You see all these red marks here? scroll bar, these are errors. In this class alone, there are 200 errors in just this class. So we're fixing 200 errors in this one. I already fixed all the 200 plus that were in the enemy class. So, you know, we're making strides. Yeah, but I actually quite enjoy this. It's been so long since I have been working on just pure code. Like all the time working on all the time spent working on Detective Penguin has been well, the errors when you're fixing these kinds of errors, you don't get like a result of fixing errors is generally not errors, but you'll find these sort of hidden bugs that arise, hidden dark errors. But like fixing an error generally it just brings down the number, but it's the hidden bugs, sort of like, you know, the ones that occur during playtime. Those are the spooky ones. I don't know if the spawn token has anything else. I don't think it does. But yeah, this is like one of the biggest undertakings I've ever done. So like the plan right now is fix all these errors, then see if we can even start the game, and then work from there. Like this is saying it's 3,300 errors plus to fix, so we'll see. I don't know if it's that many, because Unity is saying that it's somewhere in the realm of 700 errors, so maybe that's more accurate. I would trust Unity more than I would trust this, so I think it's probably more in the realm of 700 errors that we need to fix. Given that there's 200 in this class, which is a massive.
SpongeBloop said, "Can penguins fly in your game?"
Not with their wings, but with jetpacks and helicopters, yes. But in my upcoming game, there's going to be airplanes as well, which is very exciting. The flippercopter, yeah. I wanted to have like flippercopter and jetpack stuff happening in Detective Penguin, but then also I took like sort of a no items approach, except for the one case where you have the ghost detector with Lysander. But I wanted to try to like write interesting scenarios as opposed to have like items carrying you through interesting scenarios, and I think it helped me focus a bit more on the writing as opposed to leveraging wacky items and guns or whatever. I guess there it should always just be the newest one. Wait, I just want to see here. Is the health an integer or not? Health is a float. See, that's also like the state root position. I think the root is synchronized as a transform, but so fusion to, I think it's TRSP or something. Yeah, network TRSP. An abstract basic movement error and just handling needed for all transformed body synchronized. Oh, I would imagine that the network transform. Yeah, add a network transform component to the root or any child of a network object. I guess it would be synchronized separate from the player state, and that's the thing. I don't know if we need to do that specific thing. Oh, it's a current state. And then is aiming, we can just change that to right mouse. But we should probably do that later though. That doesn't look like that's used. Simulate owner would be in render. And if do simulate input authority, do that. Right, yeah, because you wouldn't know it's we'll just call it mono behavior for now. This one we're gonna have to look into because that one's receiving the input, so. What were your thoughts on the launch? I mean, it seems like it went great. Like in terms of sales numbers, obviously, you know, it's not a banger, but I never deluded myself into thinking that it was ever going to be a breakout hit. But like in terms of the reception, I think I've been really happy. Like, I mean, 100% positive reviews. People just seem to be really liking the things that I wanted them to like about it. They're enjoying the music. They're enjoying the story. They're getting far more playtime than I ever imagined they would. And I think it's going to be sort of like a great... I think it's going to be a great like companion piece to both like Penguin Heist and now Penguin Springs. And I like that we can have this how do you say? I like that we can have just a story-based game in like the center of all this crazy mess that is you know, Penguin Heist and all the memeability that game has. We can have like this sort of serious, down-to-earth story moment. And I think it's going to be something for the people who want to look more into like the lore of the universe and experience more what the game has to offer, like universe-wise, to be able to play that game. I think it's going to be great. And I feel like it adds some credibility to us as developers having that too. But I think what I appreciate most about it is that it gave me a chance to step away from Penguin Heist for a while, like, you know, half a year plus, and sort of just work in a completely different environment. And now going back to Penguin Heist, I feel like I have this burning passion that I haven't had for the game in a very long time, basically since the day I started working on it, you know, really. And that I can sort of return to this game with a new, fresh set of eyes. Yeah, I think there are very few indie devs who would ever consider doing something like we did with, you know, Detective Penguin, going from what is like an open-ended sandbox game to this, you know, now single-player narrative-driven game. And because it is a risk, you know, like development-wise. But I think for me, like creatively, it definitely paid off. I really enjoyed working on it. So I'm very happy. And it is like one more complete game I can point to and say, hey, yeah, I finished that, you know. Having a full release under my belt, an extra full release under my belt is always nice. I wonder if like there's... Yeah, and that's what I feel like. It feels like Penguin Heist, but once you start playing it, you really like quite quickly come to feel like, okay, I'm actually not playing Penguin Heist right now. Like when I go back to Penguin Heist, I'm like, whoa, okay, this is an entirely different game. Like this does not play the same or feel the same. This is two very different games I'm playing here, which I was very happy that I was able to achieve. Because that's not a given for a kind of, you know, spin-off of that type. And I was happy that I was able to pull out such a different identity from like the same sort of assets. I mean, friggin' Penguin Village exists in Penguin Heist, but walking around Penguin Village in Detective Penguin feels absolutely different from walking around Penguin Village in Penguin Heist. Yeah, ask away, buddy. Seriously, transform player, vector 3 player position, Yeah, so you have a player transform and a player position. Void start. Player position equals player transform. Yeah, this hurts my brain. I'm linking two different game objects together to find out the transform position, and vector 3 is confusing. So let's break it down. Let's break it down. What I'll do is I'll type out. You have the well, I guess we could include the serialized field. Well, you don't even need to do player.transform.position. You can just do player.position. Let's see. So let's mark this shit up. Serialized field, you know what that does, right? Serialized field is to bring it out into the inspector. So this renders an inspector. So you have like the properties, you know, like that, and then you have like the class, and then it shows like, oh yeah, here's the player transform, and then you have like this field you can plop in the transform. So that's what that does. A transform, of course, is an object with a position and a rotation and a scale. Position, transform, and scale, that's what a transform is. And the player is the name of said transform. A vector 3 is just a shorthand for saying a vector. And a vector, of course, is... I mean... A vector is really 2 points in or any number of points making up a coordinate in a coordinate system. But generally a vector is like a direction, you can also say. You could represent a vector could represent a direction, or a vector could represent a point in space. But generally, there's an assumption that there's an origin point, which is 0. So like a vector 3 specifically, has an X, a Y, and a Z component. We'll just say vec. So a vector 3 has an X, Y, and Z component. If you look at a vector 2, well, vector 2 would have an X and a Y component. That's useful for like 2D games. You could have a vec4, which is a 4D vector. And again, like the number is just saying what dimension the vector operates in. So a vector 3 would be a point in 3D space. A vector 2 would be a point in 2D space. A vector 4 would be a point in 4D space. But it's also just a handy way to represent basically what would amount to an array of 4 numbers or 4 values. So like vec4 is used often for color, because color is also a point in 4D space where you have R, G, B, and they're like, well, what's the 4th one? Well, it's A, alpha, so transparency. So you could have a 4D vector that's RGBA. And Unity has a built-in 4D vector, but they don't call it vector 4. But in shaders, you'd call it vector 4, but they call it color, which has this. So color is really just a 4D vector, but with some extra added functions. And vector 3 is just a point in 3D space. So what you're doing in this script is you're saying there exists a vector 3, which is a coordinate in 3D space, and that coordinate in 3D space represents the player position. Simple enough. And in your start method, you define that this player position, only in the start though, because you have to keep reassigning the player position multiple times because it doesn't automatically update. You need to, if you want to do it, like, you'd need to do it in update if you want to constantly maintain checks of the, you know, if you constantly want the player position to update, you have to do it in update. But if you just want to get it in the start, in the first frame, you just do it in start. Anyway, so player position, you're defining it as the position. And position here is also a vec3 representing the position of player. So that's all you're doing here. Yeah, well, that makes sense. So if you in the first frame want to like fire a projectile in the direction of the player, ignoring any movement it makes after the start, then this is how you'd set sort of like, yeah, this is where you start flying towards. So like you're saying the player position, you could also, you know, if you could also call it, instead of calling it player position, I would call it something like target to make it sound a bit more, so like target position would be a more generalized. So like target position would be a generalized approach, because then, you know, what if it's not shooting at the player anymore? What if it's shooting at something else? And I think target position, like if you have, it doesn't say player position, but now it says target position equals this. Then that, you know, you don't even have to read anything to understand what's happening here. You're like, okay, this bullet has a target position, and that target position is assigned to the player position. Okay, so you're shooting a bullet at the player. Whereas if you're having this description here of the naming of the variables, it's like, okay, so the player position is equals to the player, but what's its use? Well, here it's implicit what's the use is, because the use is obviously the target. So that's generally how I go about naming variables, is thinking, what's the use of this variable? So not necessarily always describing what does it contain, but what's its use also. So it does contain a target position, but the target position also describes its use. So you're getting like, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone, whereas with your approach, you'd have to make like a comment up here saying, assigns the bullet target or something. Like the thing is, yeah, so it's like if you have player position and player dot position, when you want to describe that like implementation, you'd have to add a comment. But the best way to code is keeping comments to a minimum. And how do you keep comments to a minimum? Well, you let the variable names themselves explain their use. Because the use of vector3 is not maintaining a player position, it's maintaining the target position for the bullet. It's just a little trick. It makes debugging code easier because you can just gloss over, and as you're reading through the code, you can just inherently deduct sort of, oh yeah, okay, this is doing this, this is doing that. Okay, yeah, the target position is the player position. Okay, instead of saying, the player position is the player position. Well, that's an oxymoron because it's like saying the same thing. Obviously, the player position is the player position. You receive 2 informations at once by having it called target position. Again, it's like for example here, I'm saying root.transform.position equals the last safe position. I could have called this the root position, you know, if I wanted to, but that doesn't tell me what the use of the variable is. Calling it last safe position is much more descriptive. But it's like, well, it is the root position, so I guess I wouldn't be lying in that sense, but it's not descriptive. But it's those kinds of things that make going back to scripts you've written earlier much easier. Even, you know, even ignoring like, okay, yeah, it's just easier in the moment to think, okay, yeah, it's a player position, I'll write it down. It's you're not necessarily planning for the future, you're just sort of describing its use, really, in a more descriptive way. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's many small things adding up, you know. If you wanna build a house, you have to understand all the separate parts, but the separate parts themselves don't necessarily have to be too complicated. I would say what could be complicated, you know, there are weird sequences of events that one of the most difficult things I would say in computation is multi-threading. So running like operations in parallel, that's difficult. Even if you understand the concepts, just working with it is very difficult. But otherwise, most of programming is just logical sequences, small steps, building up to describe complex behaviors. But so, like, let's say you're describing the behavior of for example, a health system. Okay, well, you start with the health. What is the health? Well, the health is a number. Is it a number with decimal points? No, it's a number with whole points. Okay, so how do you take damage? Well, you subtract from the health. How do you heal? Well, you add to the health. What's the maximum health you can have? Well, that's 100. Okay, so what happens if you are at 99 health and you pick up a health pack that gives you 10 health? Okay, well then we subtract. Then we find like the maximum or the minimum value. What's smaller, 100 or 109? Because we just added 10. Well, 100 is smaller. Okay, so then we'll just set our health to 100. Okay, and now how do you die? Well, you look until the player's health is 0. Is it 0? Okay, well then we trigger the death mechanism. So it's like all these small things just add up, and they're all quite simple, you know, individually, but they describe quite complex behavior of like, you know, taking damage, getting health, dying, so on and so forth. So the end behavior is complex, but the sort of atomic parts of them are simple. Well, so then the method for the projectile should be transform.position equals vector3 move towards transform.position target position time.delta time times speed. Yeah, if it's if move towards is from and to, I don't know the specific implementation of move towards. Let's see here. Vector3 dot move towards current target. Yeah. That looks right. That looks right. That will move it towards the target position. Yeah, exactly. So if you wanted to sort of bend towards the player, I think what you could do is in the update function. So what you do, if we described it visually, and welcome Mega. So let's sort of describe this visually. What you could do is you can add another vector 3. Which is like the target direction, right? So what does this target direction do for us? Well, at the start, we'll define sort of what is the direction that we want to travel in the direction of. Well, actually, never mind. We don't even need the target direction. So what you could do, okay, never mind. We don't even need to do that. So in the start, you define this. Okay, this is going to be your, let's call it not the player position, but like the primary target position. Okay, this is like the primary target position. That's fine, Aaron, GameDev. It's gonna sell enough copies, don't worry. All y'all are such doomers and gloomers, guys. What the frick is wrong with you? So in update, you know, you do the move towards And then you do from the current towards the target. Position, or whatever the primary target position. And you do that with like, let's say you do that with freaking speed 10. Okay, so you're doing that really quickly. But then you can have a second move towards, which is, we call this var the current target position, which is the actual live target position. Which is equals to, again, the player position, right? Not the player position, but the player dot position. Okay, so that's the current target position. And then yet again, you move towards, and again we do that with the current, but this time we use the current target position. And because we don't want to move towards there at the same speed as the bullet usually does, because that will mean it's just going to follow it in the same way, we can just move towards there with like a significantly smaller speed, like 1 or whatever. So you have one that is like, this is the main trajectory. And then this is the weak trajectory, which does like some slight adjustment. And that way you can sort of slightly follow the new target position while still mainly having a trajectory that is a straight line. Although, no, you wouldn't do this, because that would just mean it would sway back and forth. You'd need to set... Okay, sorry, I'll write this down here. No, what you do... So, okay, var player... If you'd have the vector 3... My first intuition was right. This is... I was just trying to simplify it for you, but that's not a good idea. So, the player position, and then the transform player... So what you'd want to do is, this is running in the update now. So, well, okay. Let's do it like this. Start. In start, you would not maintain the player position, but main direction. So the main direction is equals to the from to. So you do player dot position subtracted by the transform dot position. So the main direction is the player position. So this gets a vector pointing from the transform position, which is the bullet position, towards the player. So now we have the direction we're supposed to fly, and that's gonna stay identical throughout the entire thing, right? And then in the update, we can do the transform dot position, which is the position of the bullet. We add to that the main direction, which is the direction that the bullet is supposed to fly in. But also we want to normalize this so we don't fly faster depending on the distance that the player is away from us. Do you know about normalizing of vectors? Normalizing vectors. You also tried programming Dude Slayer? That's awesome. And then we have another one, which is the float, move, speed, fast. And then we'd have float, move, speed, flow. So the fast speed would be taking us the fast speed is taking us in the main direction. So that's going from our current transform position at the time of spawn towards the player's position at the time of spawn. We normalize it because when you normalize a vector, you have the unit circle, which has a distance of like 1 that direction and 1 that direction. So that way, like, if the player is over here, this is the actual vector, which is quite a long vector. And if we multiply that by the movement speed is going to be heckin' fast. So instead we say, hey, we normalize this. So now it's actually just like a direction and not not the distance vector. So now it's just the direction. And then we do that times move speed. Okay, so we have the main direction, and then we plus equals that transform dot position plus the main direction, and then we can do a little bit of transform dot position equals vector 3 dot move towards. Then we can do that. And this is going to give you that small adjustment where it slowly follows. Because otherwise it's going to be 2 different move towards swaying, between each other. And we do player dot position. At what rate? Well, at the rate of the move speed. Flow. So that's the idea. Of course, times delta time, but that's implied. But in case, So this one always stays straight because we're just looking at a direction. Move towards is much more dynamic because it's always moving us towards a point in space. And we're interested in moving towards the point in space that the player currently inhabits. But this main direction, well, it's just a direction, and that direction is never going to change. Whereas move towards is good for things that are, well, moving in space. So it's quite simple, but it's important you get this normalized thing, because if you don't, then the bullet's going to fly faster when the player is further away. But I'm assuming, working with this stuff, you at least are a bit familiar with what normalized vectors are. But yeah, Mega, I was gonna read the comic. I don't know if I should. I didn't have any sort of track for, like, I didn't release Detective Penguin to earn money. Detective Penguin was nothing but a passion project. I didn't set any hopes or targets for it. It's this game that I care about in terms of sales, which is Penguin Springs and Penguin Heist. Those are actually my income makers, but Detective Penguin is just a fun side project for me to flex my creative muscles. I think Penguin Springs, I think it's gonna do really well. I think so. And I think that my ability to market this game is gonna be insane. Like, seriously, just think about the marketing potential of a penguin driving around in a freaking car, doing drive-by shootings. Like, that alone. And then just being able to legitimately say, like, I'm working on a Penguin GTA game. And actually not joke about it, which I do with Penguin Heist, you know. I'm like, oh, I released Penguin GTA before Penguin GTA 6. Yeah, no more PP. Road to PP. But yeah, I mean, I'm seriously like that. It's gonna go so hard, and I think part of what made Penguin Ice such a success was the fact that we had all that insane hype going before release, and replicating that, and then also having Detective Penguin on the back burner there, sitting around like a freaking sneaky. Gonna be good. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's gonna be interesting times ahead. So when should I read Notbop's comic? I still, I don't know. Like, should I read it now? Should I wait? What's the idea? See what we're down to in errors now. 698. We're below 700 errors. Making great strides, everybody. You know what we could do? Instead of having the state being... We could do state dot... and replace that with state. Only that few. Okay, well, replace all. I was looking for not... Okay, well, whatever. Oh. Shit, okay, that's not good. Well, I guess it's fine, isn't it? Wonder if you can do state and just the word. But where is in fixed update though? Yeah, there the last hit is actually used. I think that's for PvP, pretty sure. Wait, how's this working? Um. Yes, you just send it back as is. A bit waste of data, but it's not too much data, and how often are players connecting anyway? Sorry, people. I ended up taking a bit of a lunch break, but I am back. So, let's think. Clothing, I guess we'll just call them indices, clothing data.indices. Just gonna We'll just do Making progress? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That I am, that I am. Favorite programming language? I mean, I wouldn't say I have a favorite, but I would say working with C#, I really enjoy. If we put it that way. I haven't fallen in love with a language in the sense that it's like, oh yeah, I would never want to do anything other than work in this language. Like, I enjoy working with C#, so...
SpongeBloop said the penguins sure love corn.
Yeah. Damn straight. Right, and this would be the sort of sorry. That's what we need. Okay. C sharp, yep. Hello, big boss. My game? I mean, I'm doing a complete game overhaul, but it's called Penguin Heist. So
Sponge Bloop said, Goidlify, how does it feel to be a silly, chubby penguin?
it feels pretty good. I mean, look at me, you know. How do you think it would feel? I would say if I would describe the feeling of being a penguin, I'd describe it like this. But yeah, I have this game here. Penguin Heist. Working on it. So, working through the errors of remaking the multiplayer. Well, that's just one map. I have like 20 levels of the same size in the game, so that's one of them. What the game is about? Well, Penguin Heist is about being penguins and stealing stuff, right? It's a multiplayer physics-based penguin game. Yeah.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Thank you.
Really good at dancing.
We just hit 580 followers. That deserves an absolute nudima. Absolute winima, I mean. We did it, you guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It already is on Steam in early access, but I'm reworking the entire multiplayer now, so. I wonder if, yeah, there's probably has. You can do a wish list, yeah. This is Photon Fusion that I'm using right now, which is the multiplayer networking library, which is what I'm tinkering with. But I'm programming in Unity and using IntelliJ Writer as my IDE. And of course, coding in C#. Hey, what's up? What are streaming tools to use anyway? So, I just use OBS, but the overlay is custom coded. I coded this in Unity and it's running in the Unity program. So, like you can see here, the entire overlay is just this thing, and I overlay this on top of my OBS. And then in these holes here, there's alpha cut out here, so I'm rendering my desktop and the chat in those. And then I have this game running, yeah. But I'm using the Twitch API to get like follower and view count and subscription count and stuff. And then I also have it hooked up for like follow events and stuff like that. And text-to-speech is also running in this game I made here. So it's running in like Unity, and you can interact with rewards to have your penguin spawn in here at the bottom of the screen as well. So like the penguins at the bottom of the screen are all viewers that have used Twitch reward points to interact. Hey, thank you, man. I'm still figuring things out as I go. I'm just having fun with it.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Really good at dancing.
Imperfect human has learned to dance.
I just, for that follow, I think, you know, I think you deserve one of these too. I added that this morning, so I just want to get my, use it a bit. I wonder if there's a way to get like all... Is that network topologies? Okay. No. Okay, no. I'm learning to stream as well and searching small streamers. Friend, this one I can't compete against, but just enjoying the big brain moment of yours. Yeah. I mean, I have to make it fun somehow, right? Because most of the time you're just staring at freaking code. So I figured I should do something slightly unique, at least. So I thought, you know, hey, I'll code my own freaking penguin game that's running at the bottom of the stream and let people play that while they watch me, in case the code gets too boring. You've been coding for quite some time, Mr. Win. Yeah, and I will be coding much longer. The coding never stops. I have apparently 3,185 more errors to go, so we're gonna be here a long time, buddy. Wait, is that how I do it? Oh. Well, then I could just do that. Oh, hell yeah. Finally some good music. The mirror never lies. That's from Donkey Kong. You can use a reward to play The Mirror Never Lies. A great song. You can play either the Croc version or the DK version. Yeah, I mean the way I do it is Unity is always listening for these like reward events. And then when they get triggered, I fire off a custom implementation of a response to that event. So then bam, you blast up the diff. But I mean, that's how you play the Penguin game too, right? You use the rewards. So it's just I'm doing the same thing in two different ways. Oh, it is an actual... Yeah, well, go ahead, dude. I support it. Thank you, dude. Personal project? No, this is a game. Professional product, but made by me and a friend, so it is personal in that sense, but it is a commercial project. Wait, so we'd have the network array, it would be PvP state. Yeah, well, I mean, I think, you know, with game development, it's all generally a massive overlap. Double struck, and this would be a PvP stat. And the PvP stat would maintain. I don't know how long, like, a word is. I mean, it should be sizable enough. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks, dude. I don't have a day job. No, this is my full-time job. All that I do. But the streaming is like a second thing. I just do streaming as while I work as a hobby. Yeah. I stream simultaneously as a hobby, pretty much. There.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Learn to dance.
I'll just hit you with this one for the follow, dude. You get this one too. What can I say, man? You deserve this. Absolute Gwynema. Absolute Gwynema. Thank you. Good for you, mate. I'm still retaking college for the 4th time, and finally, this is my long-lost desire to take this, IT. I'm 28, by the way, so yeah, I feel so lost, but I'm trying my best to hang on. Well, just go for it, dude. I think at any age you can sort of develop the sort of muscle memory and skills needed to get into programming. I don't think it's ever a lost hope. So, it's all about rewiring your brain, dude. So. Forget, how did I do this? It's Yo, Sai, what's up? Yo! Famous quote from Will Smith, by the way. What's the issue? Can I not have the network array with the... What kind of game? I didn't stream yesterday, no. I didn't work yesterday. I'm making a game called Penguinized. Right now I'm reworking the entire multiplayer code for it, so things are messy. Messy and fun. Wait, I thought I guess maybe I just don't need it to be a state then. Right, yeah, well, I think streaming, you know, behavior is missing. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean there, but, yeah, the main challenge for me now is sacrifice my day job for the college, and it's risky. Sometimes there is a mobile projects coming in, but lately 0 projects, so I decided to learn streaming. Yeah, well, I mean, streaming is, I think, you know, you have to look at streaming as a hobby. It can't, it's not ever gonna be like, it's never gonna be, a moneymaker, right? I don't think that's realistic in that sense, but But streaming is a good thing to do in the meantime, you know. It's but I think streaming's not a big money driver unless you're in the top 1% or whatever, you know. Wait, so the get player. Can't verify your phone number. Well, that's something to look into for sure. Yeah, I think if you look at it like that, growing experience, hobby, whatever, it's good. You know, go for it. I think on player joined. Is there on remote? I think it's gonna have to be on player joined. But that's on player joined. That's the thing. Is like it's not.
This is Fernando Miguel.
Thank you.
Good at dancing.
Thank you
Dai has learned to dance.
for the follow. Anything else? Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've never worked a software job. I've just, you know, I've been doing this full time on my own. And that's sort of just how I worked. You joined Exercism Bootcamp today. Ah, okay, exciting. How are you liking it so far? Is it fun with C#? I never did any coding boot camps. I only did university degree, computer science. Exorcism. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with boot camps anyway, so. G key, yeah. I mean, there's no shame in trying to get work, you know. In university we had this professor who made his own functional programming language in Java called Morpho. That shit was wacky. Functional programming in general is kind of wacky. Let's be real. Ah, I can finally join stream, but not for long. We have had many new followers today, Stephanie. And also, you haven't seen this, but am I excited about the Oblivion news? Hell yeah, dude. You know it. My first proper RPG. One second, I just need to close the window. My fingers are freezing. Oof. Okay. Well, Oblivion, at least, but they're talking about like there's gonna be new combat and stuff, which is interesting because then it's not just, I mean, it's not just a remaster, it's a remake, right? And I mean, we already saw that with the graphics, but again, you could remake the graphics, but in my opinion, that still doesn't feel like a remaster to me. It doesn't feel like a remake to me just because you remake the graphics. Because that's just a new shell, you know, same old game, new shell. But when you actually go and fundamentally change the gameplay, that's a remake. And that's what it sounds like they're doing, right? Yeah, I mean, me personally, I feel like the only thing that makes Oblivion a worse game than it could be is the level scaling. Like, you fix the level scaling.
Fernando Miguel.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Really good at dancing.
Direct_uplink has learned to dance.
The only thing that makes Oblivion not a 10 out of 10 is the level scaling. If you fix the level scaling, Oblivion is legitimately a flawless game. I freaking love Oblivion. I love it. Absolutely love it. Mid-session join event. Yeah, see you around, imperfect human. Have a good one. I don't know why I'm doing a destroy. Oh, it's not destroy scene, it's destroyed. But I don't even know if I need to do that yet, so we'll put a pin in that. Because that might have been a photon bolt specific thing. So I'll put a to do multiplayer rework. That's it. There's nothing specific. I'm just jumping from file to file, cleaning up the errors. Around 3,000 errors supposedly to fix, but I don't know. Okay, so instead of sending this to the connection, I mean, we're sending this to the player reference, but there hasn't been a player object created yet. We could do a global callback. Mid-session join event and call it global, and then yeah, I don't have headaches. My head is made of steel. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be one to get headaches, especially not with what I'm working with. I mean, it says I can get debilitated by friggin' cold. I feel like I am too picky with the pristine body and mind conditions under which I find myself working. The only thing I used to have was tightness in the shoulder from my old keyboard, but I switched the keyboard and I started doing these freaking killer back exercises at the gym, you know, like a real gym bro. And now I don't have any pain in my shoulder. Like the absolute king I am. King of mobility. The ergonomic king. Yeah, Mega's art doesn't lie. When he drew me, I was like, damn, that's 1-to-1. Your forward head posture? Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't have that. I don't have the nerd neck. I decided if I'm going to be doing this, I can't allow myself to become the thing I despise the most. Nerd. Not that it's wrong to have a nerd neck. Just not for me. Your pencil neck is too weak. You gotta hit the gym, buddy. Gotta hit the gym. Get that buff Gwyn neck. Tyson's net workout? Yeah, I'm sure. I tried but can't eat a lot of food for the gains. Yeah, but I don't think like realistically, okay, if you're realistically trying to build muscle at the gym, you probably don't need to hit the freaking protein goals of a bodybuilder. So like when people are doing when people are talking about like, oh yeah, you need to get this much protein, that's from the perspective of like a freaking bodybuilder who's trying to maximize their gains. If you're working out your muscles and you're eating some protein, you're gonna put on muscle. And the reason that you feel like shit when you do your chin tucks is because you aren't doing them enough. Working out feels like shit if you aren't doing it enough. But once you start doing it, it stops feeling like shit. If you go for a run, you might get nauseous and freaking puke if you never run. But if you frequently run, you won't be puking. So start small, and then do some chin tucks, and then do the Formula One driver's neck workout and Tyson's neck workout. Those are like simple, easy workouts. Yeah, well, with the gym, like, if you don't work out a muscle, even light exercise will give you like whiplash, basically, in the sense that your muscles will just end up like, hey, I haven't been used for like months, and now all of a sudden you're using me, and it's like, ah, shit, I'm in pain, but literally waiting for that recovery and then go back to it, and you'll be good. Like, it's just the first time you're going to be in pain. But there is like whiplash. Do I go to the? I mean, I just do it not for aesthetics. I just do it mostly because I want to maintain healthy posture and bodily functions. But I mean, I don't. I bike so much that it's like, for me, it was never like, I never bothered going to the gym for exercise, because I bike everywhere. I have a car, but I will every day of the week, if the weather's good, I'm taking the bike. I'll easily bike somewhere where it takes 1 hour to bike there. Instead of taking the car, that would take me like freaking, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. Like I'll bike. Because bike's king, you know? So there was never a question about exercise. But, you know, building some of those muscles in terms of like the back muscles, which, you know, I'm sitting at a freaking computer. I don't get the exercise. I'm not working in a construction. Like, but the thing is, like, people say the area is not bikeable. Like, even in Iceland, people will say, oh, it's not bikeable, you can't do it, there's too much wind, too much rain and stuff. But it's like, I just get on my bike and I go, dude. You don't have to be so picky. But there were too many people who are like, you can't bike in Iceland because of freaking wind. But screw the wind, it's just extra workout. Hop on that bike. Yeah, but some people will argue, you know, I mean, of course you have freaking, if the only way to get to a city is through a motorway, obviously you can't bike there, but there are many people who, so many people don't want to bike because of wind, especially here in Iceland. The wind can get quite extreme. But many people, I think bike in the countryside too. Like, many people in Sweden are like, oh yeah, I couldn't possibly bike because I need a car to get everywhere. Well, you can bike, and you bike to the train station, then you take the train. It's like, that's an option. So I think many people live in completely bikeable areas, but just ignore it because it's easier to find an excuse as opposed to look for an answer. Biking have made your back pain vanish? Yeah? First time I went to the gym, my arms went numb, but then it was pretty easy. I need to join the gym again. Yeah, you should. I think it's like, you know, when you... I feel like many times, at least in social media and in sort of general discussions, the idea of going to the gym is being sold to people in the wrong way, because it's not about getting ripped. It's not about freaking losing weight. The gym is the perfect place to just build general body strength, doing exercises that might be difficult to do at home, or at least in an efficient way. Like that's the main point of the friggin' gym. It's like health. It's bodily health. You want to be able to move flexibly and lift heavy things confidently. Like, those two things are quite important for just general bodily health. And that's completely agnostic of whatever body weight you are. You can be any weight, you know, but you wanna have like muscles, and you want to be able to move your body, you know, bend over and touch your toes. That's pretty good indicator of your general health, you know, just flexibility and strength. I don't know. I don't really necessarily enjoy going with other people to the gym. Mostly because I just get so in the zone. Yeah. Biking on a mountain. Yeah, but also keep in mind, when you're a kid, your bones are basically rubber. There's a reason kids can fall over on playgrounds and not break a bone, but you fall over in the same way and you're gonna be hurt for a freaking month. Kids are light, flexible, and like way too strong for their body size. Like doing the monkey bars as an adult who hasn't been training compared to a kid doing the monkey bars who hasn't been training, the kid's gonna, you know, run circles around you. Yeah, 30 minutes away. Yeah, that is a bit of a way. Random dude asking you some weird stuff. Asked if you drink red or white wine. Was it like a survey or something? Oh, okay. I drink them all without any sense of self-control. That's what you should tell him. Yes. See you around, Stephanie. Have a good one. Hello, Eisen Mochi.
This is Fernando Miguel.
I'm working on my game, Detective, not Detective Penguin, Penguin Heist. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I'm reworking the entire multiplayer in the game. So it's a lot of fun. It's I mean it's many errors, many errors that I'm fixing here, but you know, we're having fun with it. Right. I lobby player state, so. Right, and the lobby player state has clothing state, clothing data. Ah, shit. think that's all of it. And then, yeah, okay. Hello, Patricio. Hello. As a hobby, I do game dev too. What are your tips to keep working on a game? I always have this motivation spike that dies out very soon. I think, okay, if you haven't finished, like, the big, look at the biggest project you've ever finished and the size of that project. You can only ever make a project that is slightly larger than that project. Okay? And then you finish that project. And now that you've finished that project, assess what was difficult about finishing that project, and then start making a bigger game than that. Using sort of your ability now to gauge sort of, okay, I made, let's say the biggest project you've ever finished is a Snake game, a Snake copy. I'm reworking the multiplayer. That's quite a simple game. It's like 2D. You have like some gameplay mechanic with the snake moving. It's like on a grid, but it's not that very big. So you're like, okay, my next game is going to be a World of Warcraft clone or an MMORPG. Like, no, it's not going to be that. Because first of all, you don't even know what it takes to make a game of that scale. So you can never plan for it. So then once you start working, you're just never going to see an end because you can't even estimate what an end to that sort of project would be. So what do you do instead? Well, you make something smaller. You know how long time it took to make the Snake copy. So what do you do next? Well, maybe you tinker with like a 3D platformer or something. Just a single level 3D platformer. That sounds like a challenge that's slightly larger than like what Snake is. Okay, so you start doing that and you work on that and you think it's going to take maybe, you know, a month to finish. Turns out it takes 3 months to finish. But because you already estimated 1 month, then 3 months isn't too much of a difference. And now you're done with that project. And now you know how much it takes to finish a 3D platformer, or at least one level of a 3D platformer. And then you can keep working and you know how long things are going to take. And all of a sudden you don't need that motivation to carry you to the end because you know how long things are going to take. You're now on sort of like this, you know, you're now on a predictable road to success. But if you never know the feeling and the work required to finish a project in the first place, you're not going to finish anything. Like, you're not. So don't trick yourself into making something that's too big for what you can handle. That is the most important thing. Start small and don't be like scared of starting small. Too many times people think that, you know, they're gonna make the next GTA, and you can't make the next GTA until you've made the next Pong, and then after you've made the next Pong, you make the next Snake, and then after you make the next Snake, you make the next blah blah blah, until eventually you develop the sort of idea of and structure needed to finish a project in the first place. That's the only reason I feel confident going into, you know, what I'm working on now, which is a massive undertaking, but it's because I know I've already added multiplayer to a game one time. So now I'm just refactoring it, and it's like, yeah. I wonder, yeah, I guess it's... Is it the network string? No, it's probably the clothing data, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, see ya. Have a good one. Yeah, no problem. Mochi. I think it's, you know, again, finishing something is the most important part because you don't realize how much work it is to actually finish something until you've actually finished it. So many unexpected things occur to you and come up when you're trying to actually finish a project. I've been working full-time since 2021, but I've been releasing games since 2018, 19 or something, so quite some time now. How long is an 8-word string? How many bytes a word? Wait, no, I'm working just 2 bytes in a word. Oh, okay. Well then I'm gonna need to make these strings much longer. Okay, well 31 should do it then. I mean 32. How long? Wait. Theme ID length. 17 digit. Okay, well then it should be fine. I'm working independently, so it's just me and my friend. We're the sole developers of this game. No, it's just me. Just independently. Entirely independently.
It's Sir Patricio said, farming money on Shadow Fight 2 because the final boss is getting more difficult than I expected.
Shadow Fight 2. Yeah, it's very nice. I'm working independently, so I'm not working for a studio. It's just me and my friend. And we're making games and selling them on our own. Oh, thank you. Yo to you too, Sai. There's these here on update clothing. I wonder, like, Fusion. Yeah, matchmaking API. The network runner. What did you start your programming journey with? I think I was tinkering with Python or something when I was, yeah, I was 12 years old. I was doing Python coding. That was just like for silly fun. I think the first actual genuine code I wrote was in Java. I wrote in Text RPG or something, and then I used Java Swing to make like a 2D engine for a Text RPG, and then I made my first like physics-based 2D engine in Java FX. And then, yeah, I mean, I'd been working in Unity. So mostly C#, Java, and Python. I made a 2D engine in JavaScript as well, which was also fun. Oh, okay. I like they're saying here, game session browsers were popular in the 90s and early 2000s. The fundamental design is still valid, but nowadays their main purpose has been replaced with matchmaking. There are multiple reasons why game session browsers are discouraged. Yap, yap, yap. Game browsers are way better. Server browsers are the way. Matchmaking sucks ass, dude. No one wants to matchmake. You want to look at the server browser, you want to browse, see player counts, and then join the server. They're like, most importantly, it is an antiquated design pattern and better user experiences are available today. Sure, buddy, sure. That's so true, Wise Ardok. Oh. I do know Pingu. I was raised on Pingu. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know Pingu. Pingu. Wait, do I not use temp? Oh, okay. No, I do use temp. Okay. Six. Okay, nice. I like it. Yeah, see ya. Have a good one. Tells the story of a fire's life of glory. Trust my eyes. The mirror never lies. Using math with vector 3 is so weird, like using multiply and subtract for different variables is strange. You mean like vector mathematics is strange? Like the way they operate and stuff? Yeah, I get it. I mean, vector mathematics is, you know, that is not just a programming concept. That vector mathematics is, you know, inherent to mathematics. Overall, you have like element-wise multiplication and matrix multiplication. No, I'm from Iceland. I'm originally Swedish, but I live in Iceland and have since 2017, so. No, so Iceland, I mean, it's not always dark, always bright. It's, that's what you get if you're above the Arctic Circle. Or below the Antarctic Circle, which Iceland is not. But we are very high up. So right now you get very long days. Like it's, you know, it gets dark around 10 or something right now. Like it's very bright for very long. But I really like it. And then in the winter you get these really dark and short days. So, but it's not for everyone, but I really like it. But the summers, I mean, coming out of the winters, the summers are just amazing. Like the sort of mood lift you get from going into that, like the sunnier days, the nicer weather, it's like unbeatable. And I don't think you could ever get that if your entire life is spent, you know, if it's summer all year round. No, not 6 months. No. That's the thing. So it's a gradual thing. I mean, if you look at the like this here. So January 4 to 6 hours of daylight, February 7 to 10, March 10 to 13, April 13 to 16, May 16 to 20, and then it's 24 June, July, and then it goes back around. So the darkest being December, where you get like 4 to 5 hours. But it's always on a gradual scale. It's only when you're up in the freaking Antarctic, you know, near the North Pole, that's when you get that constant day or constant dark. But yeah, I think that you just lose out on so much when you're living in like the constant same state. It's that it's like the world just goes bright. Everything feels right with the world for like the summer. But then by the end of the summer, you're sort of done with it. You're like, hey, actually I kind of miss the winter now. And that's a weird thing. But you'd never get that living in a place where it's always summer. So I like it. I like it. Yeah. But the UK, might not get those perfect summers, but still, when that perfect summer day comes around, it hits, dude. Man, you don't know Mr. Penguin? He's depressed. I wonder, how did I do the add callback? There's like change track or something. Change detector. On changed render. Is that what I need to add then? Well, we'll try it then. But does it take custom parameters? Yeah. Yeah. Have a good one. I only have one monitor and I've only ever used one monitor. You wanna You want to be focused, laser focused on what you do. Tabbing should be, you know, muscle memory. Yeah. And I felt sort of the same way, partially. I think streaming has really helped with that, because I don't brain rot so much these days. But you just have to get in the groove, dude. You just have to get in the groove. Find that flow. The second screen isn't going to help you with the flow. It's, if anything, it's just going to distract you. It's going to make you want to plop up a video while you work, and then you get distracted, and then you lose focus, and then you don't get anything. See you, Patricio. Have a good one. Oh. My bad. It was just so late. Oh, is it a string?
C1001 said, Noot, today is a slow day.
Slow day? How so? I think we've had like many followers. We got like, I don't know, friggin' almost 10 followers today. It's anything but a slow day, I would say. And we're making great progress. I'm just locked in. It's just not a visual day.
Zy5001 said, Noot, that is good to me, just a slow Tuesday.
Howdy, Marianne Slates. Hello, Tuesday, I see. I wonder how much more I have. That gravity event. And it would be probably more, yeah, stat modifier event. So here's just as input authority. Okay, nice. Okay, yeah, see you, Sai. Have a good one. event. Fixing up the state calls here. And these are events. So I think the set gravity event, I don't know if I use that anywhere else. It's only, yeah, it's only on the player there, so we can just make that an RPC. And we'll do RPC set gravity. And bool value. That's all. Like, it is nice because this networking code is cleaning up a lot of boilerplate, especially for like method calls. Go. And stat modifier event. I think I have that. Yeah, modify stat. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Oh yeah, because you'd invoke it. Okay. And that's also that scale event. Okay. Oh. Good. Set scale. We do float scale and time. Not time though, it would be duration. Wait, I'm just gonna check here. I think that's all the errors in the character class. I guess still some errors left to address, but right. I need to just be right back. Hold up. All right, I think I have to go actually. So I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for popping into today's stream. It's been fun, it's been chill. And road to PS, no longer PP, will continue tomorrow. You all have a good one. Let's hope we're through with this stuff as soon as possible, so we can get to testing. You all have a